Good afternoon and welcome back to another edition of the Kaye Games channel. My name is Kaye. It's good to have you with us again. I'd like to thank you if you're following me for the first time, and welcome back to those who have been here before. So today we are in the United Kingdom. I have 4 runs set up. 3 in England and 1 in Wales. Just a little fine-tuning before the Train Some World 6 live stream next week. And the first one that we're going to jump into is a East Coast mainline run. I have not previously done a East Coast mainline run yet. And I've been wanting to do a full East Coast mainline run in the future, so I decided I'd try that today. And today we'll be in the Class 91 in the GNER livery from Armstrong Powerhouse. This is my first time in the Class 91 livery, so I'm hoping it's everything that I've seen it to be. I'm currently looking for a new favorite locomotive, and this could be it. So we will start on the East Coast Main Line at Peterborough, heading down to London King's Cross. And the second run we will do is a Thames League run up the BedPan, and we will be jumping in the Class 319, followed by a TFW Transportation for Wales run using the AP Class 175, and finally finishing with a TransPennine Express run from Hull to Liverpool Lime Street. So the first scenario that we will jump into, I actually have it on pause. I saved it and we can jump straight into it, only because before I set this up, it was a couple of moves in between just doing the run to London King's Cross, and I didn't feel like setting up my own scenario, so I just cut off the head of this scenario. But without further ado, let's jump straight into it. Also been having issues with my computer. Okay, so here we are at Peterborough. Just gonna turn the wipers off. Get the cab set up. Trains in forward. AWS. Instrument lights. Actually, we're on the wrong end, so I'm gonna actually turn this back off. At 0. And I'm gonna hop into the other cab. There we go. AWS. Instrument lights on. Vigilance on. Set up my cameras. Lights. Right, but I'm down with them. Right, doors are opening. New passengers are boarding. Up into the passengers' cab. Hey, well, my passenger's cab is backwards. Number 3 camera. Back on. I believe we are departing at close to 26. As the vigilance goes off, I'm actually going to turn the vigilance off. By putting it in neutral. Hey, St. Clinton, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, you actually came in at the right time. I wanted to start an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, but I was not set up ready, so I just delayed it a little bit. I'm doing well. Also, I hope you're doing well on this fine Saturday. Got time to kill. I'm just gonna hop outside the camp. Some view. This really is a nice train. My first time in this 91. Wish I can open the windows on this cab too. Let's see. It's an option. Another thing I hate is that air conditioning noise. I know it's summer, but I'm not actually in the cab, and that extra air conditioning noise is just annoying to me. I'm sure I wouldn't complain about it if I was actually in the cab, being that it's summer, but I'm not, so. Also, there's no GSMR in this thing. And the NRN radio doesn't work either. That's gonna bother me. Small thing, but gonna bother me. Just looking at the detailing of this. This time in this bad boy. So we have about a minute and a half to kill. I'm just looking at the detail of this cab. Oh wow, there's a TCTV button. Never seen that before. As it starts to rain, let's get that on. And I have a red light, so I actually should have the DRA on, which it was already. Oh, what is that? 68 or 70? 70. I didn't read a description. I'm not sure what year this is based in, but assuming it's at least 2015 as we get the light on the side of yellow. Maximum wind speed is 110. Copy that. And we are clear to depart. 2 for the guard. Up this back and forward. And we're off.
This is AGNER service to London King's Cross, calling at Stevenage. The next stop on this service is Stevenage. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Almost forgot I had announcements. Alright, sit back, enjoy the ride, get your popcorn, snacks, get a nice drink as we head to London King's Cross. Next stop is Stevenage, with a via point of Huntingdon up fast. As we approach a 105 miles per hour speed limit. So far this cab is pretty quiet, and I do like that, other than the air conditioning noise I hear. I can't help that. We are on the East Coast Main Line. Heading to London King's Cross. In this lovely GNER livery from Armstrong Powerhouse. As we get ready for Train Some World 6, which for me will be available next week. Thursday, I believe, 25th. Really excited for that Morristown line. In case you have not seen my video last week, I did all 3 of the new and upcoming routes for Train Some World 6, starting with the Morristown line on Train Some Classic. And it was actually my first time playing it, and I was thoroughly impressed. Like, even on Train Some Classic, it was a good ride. So just imagine how it's going to look when I go live next week on Train Some World 6. The AOP 46 is my favorite American loco, aside for the Acela train, because I like speed. And I do understand that the deluxe loco for Train Some World 6 is the AOP 45, but it's basically the same train, you know, except the 46 has dual cabs in the front of their loco, and the 45 just has one, which makes it hard for reversing. But I think it'll still be fun. I'm thoroughly going to enjoy it. I don't know how long it's going to take me to download everything, because I have a pretty big catalog. But I am looking forward to it. As I get down under 100 here. Just under 13 miles to the Huntingdon viewpoint, not to Stevenage. Speed now. Originally today I wanted to actually do a 3-hour run in the Swiss Alps, starting off in Italy, actually in Toronto, and finishing in Usis, if I'm saying that correctly. As we enter a dead zone. But I didn't want to do it live. I don't think it would have done justice doing it live, because it's a very, very scenic mountain route. And we've had part of that before on Train Sim World. It might have been 3 or 4. Is one of the routes, and I happen to know it's very scenic. It's a mainly one track route, and it has like a couple of side points where you can pass, but Train Sim World Classic, and this is why I like Train Sim World Classic more than Train Sim Classic, more than I do Train Sim World, because there's so much more of a variety. You know, they have so much more routes that you can play with, so much more logos that you can play with. And Train Sim Classic has pretty much the whole line. Like, I can connect all of the line, and the Steam Workshop actually has it where they're all connected. I just didn't want to download it. So I was gonna make it an actual video with all the bells and whistles, you know, all the CGs, all the exterior camera shots with all the beautiful scenery, and I felt like doing it live would not have done it the right justice it deserves. So I'm gonna make it a video. Unfortunately, it's not the video that's gonna be coming out first, but I actually have I actually have 3 actual videos that I want to come out with, not live streaming, just actual videos, you know. And for all of my followers who were actually with me before I started streaming, I appreciate you guys, and I want to show you that same love again. And I promise you there is a video coming out, you know, so you can enjoy that content as well. You know, I'm pretty sure you don't mind seeing my handsome face on the screen, but you know, every once in a while I do need a break. So I will be putting up some videos pretty soon, as well as still streaming, which makes it very, very busy for me, because that means I'm going non-stop with all the content. but you guys are worth it. You've been rocking with me from day one, and I want to show you that love. So the next video will be coming out soon. Not sure if I really want to say what it is, but I feel like it'll be a good one, and it's definitely one that I have not seen anybody else post on YouTube or Twitch, so we'll see. And I'm just gonna drop down because I do remember dispatch seeing that go past 110, so I'm just gonna this scenario because of that. Just under 4 miles to Huntingdon up fast as a via spot. We are off the East Coast main line in the Class 91 GNER service. Just gonna come up off for the accelerator a little bit. I do like this little handle here. This lever is really, it's really unique. I don't think I've seen many locos with this handle here, and the fact that it's on the right side in the middle of the cab is pretty cool too. Just gonna start braking here. Overall, I'm really impressed with this locomotive. I'm not sure if I have to stop at these vias, but I'm gonna stop, and if nothing happens, I'll keep going. But we'll see. Step one braking. And again, I've never played the East Coast Main Line, so really don't know what else to expect. But I've done a couple of full runs on the West Coast Main Line, so I would love to do a full run on the East Coast Main Line. Do have a green light, so stop here. If nothing happens, I'll keep going. Happening, so I will keep going. All right, so we are just past Huntingdon on our way to King's Cross. Next stop for us should be Stevenage. And there we go. 31 miles to Stevenage. As it rains, even though it's a beautiful sunny day, a beautiful sunny Saturday, in the US anyway. Not so much in the UK. Getting up to 110 as we head to Stevenage on our way to King's Cross. Check on the passengers, although there are none. I mean, it does look a little cool. I just wish all these seats were the same colors. I'm not sure if this is how it actually looks on a 91, but I just wish those were the same colors. It's nice and quiet in that cab, though. Sure, I would enjoy it. Actually, let's hop outside the cab on a rainy day. Sounds lovely. I think if I did this run, full East Coast run, I would definitely use this class 91. But I would use it in the East Coast livery. I know there's an East Coast livery skin for this. I use the Class 800 series so much that I don't want to use it for the East Coast run. You know, like I want some variety, which is part of the reason why I don't like doing some of the runs that I see most of the streamers and YouTubers doing, because I feel it's oversaturated, and I like to be different. You know, like I want to do things that people don't want to do or have not done. The same with the that run I did from Manchester to France. There's not many videos like that. You know, that pretty much was an 8-hour run for me, which was very, very time consuming, because obviously it hasn't been done, so there are no scenarios for it. I had to create my own scenario, and the fact that I'm not from the UK or France makes it even harder. So that means that's homework I gotta look into, and then I have to see if actual routes exist for me to do said run. And originally, my plan was to go a different way, but leaving from Manchester, there's not many options to get to the high-speed one rail. So I actually had to go through the back way, which was starting at the yards. What is it? Longsight Depot near Manchester Piccadilly, and I had to actually go through the back, which means I had to go across the Chat Moss down to Warrington, then Key, and then down towards Crewe to Stratford to Rugby, hitting the loop into the West Coast Main Line South. And then once I got to the West Coast Main Line South, I had to go across the North London lines. So I had to traverse across the mild May lines just to get to the high speed one line, because there was no other way for me to get to Stratford. So I had to meet up on the high speed one lines that usually runs from Stratford over past the, I don't want to say the Goblin. I did have to cross the Goblin to get to the rail yards, but it was past Barking. Definitely the yards over near Barking has a connection point to high speed one, and that's where I had to switch over my voltage for high speed one, all the way to Lille, Europe, in France. It was still fun. It was just very time consuming. I would say it took me about 2 weeks to put together. That's only because there was so much involved. I added station announcements. I even added some radio chatter inside the cab. You know, me being American, there's usually radio chatter inside these cabs. I didn't put a lot, but I put enough so you can hear just a little bit amount of radio chatter, just so you're not bored with an 8-hour trip inside of a cab. You know, I added some external views. You know, I made it very interesting. I left chapters, so if you didn't want to watch the whole thing in one sitting, that's totally fine. You know, I left chapters, so between switching through DLCs, I made it very possible to, you know, have save points if you wanted to continue watching it. And I did that run in a Class 92. It's fitting we're in a 91 right now, but the Class 92, which is I want to say bi-mode. It might even be triple, because it has two different electrical modes. You know, like one is for pretty much Europe, and the other is, what is it, 25 kilohertz that they use here in the UK. But doing the whole switchover, it wasn't really that hard. Like once you play with that local enough, it kind of feels easy. You know? And I'm not a diesel guy. I wouldn't say I'm not a diesel guy, but I'm not a cargo guy. I don't like hauling cargo as much. I'd rather have passengers in my car. So for me to actually do an 8-hour run of that, it was very different. It was very unique, and it was also very fun. It gave me a whole new reason to actually want to do freight. I like speed. I like long runs. The 92 can actually get a pretty good high speed going. So it was fun to actually do. It was fun to produce. It was fun to watch. It was fun to edit. It was definitely fun to have on my radar. With that said, I would love to do a long freight run in the US. But I really don't think most of the maps connect for the US. So that might just be a pipe dream. It will be interesting to see what they do with the American content, with the whole announcement of having a coast-to-coast system, which for the love of God, I can't understand why this has not been a thing yet. Like, why are we just now entertaining this coast-to-coast system? But it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Like, who's going to jump up and actually want to do that? I know Dovetail probably doesn't give a you-know-what. Our American content is probably their third least thing on their mind. Their first priority is always going to be the UK, because they're from the UK. Their second priority is going to be Germany. I mean, you have a whole German team, like, why wouldn't it be? And then their third priority is going to be the US. Now, if they wanted to keep their US customers happy, they should just have a US team. That way they wouldn't have to come to the US to get anything they need. Because they would already have a team there. And there's a whole list of people I can recommend who would be willing to be the first person to sign up for that situation. You know? Like, there's a whole Facebook group called the Northeast Corridor. And I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong, but I know it at least is called the Northeast Corridor. There might be more. But they're a group on Facebook, and they do a lot of Amtrak stuff. I follow them. I think they're very brilliant. I like their work. Repo does some good stuff on TransPennine Classic. And I'm sure he would be an awesome person for that to be manifested into. Another person would be Cactus Juice, who actually does work for them already. And, like, he can be the head of that department, the US department. He's very knowledgeable. I've watched his tutorial videos on how to try to route build, because I'm trying to build my own route currently. And I think he would be a good person to have in that, as well as Repo. And there's a whole bunch of other people that's in that Northeast Corridor community page who actually do skins and stuff like that. So, just my 2 thoughts. I'll just keep the American customers happy, at least for a little bit. If not for TransPennine World, how about TransPennine Classic? About 8 miles to Stevenage. And we are on the East Coast main line, heading south to London. Stevenage is next, followed by King's Cross. So for those of my UK followers, I have a question for you. I don't know everything about the UK, but over the past 2 years, I have been increasing my knowledge. I really love this country. I was just there 2 weeks ago. My question is, do they still run these G&R trains on the East Coast main line? I'm interested to know. Not Class 91s, just is the G&R branding still on some of these trains, or is it just all LNER? I would assume it's all LNER now, but I'm just curious as we enter the dead zone. Five miles to Stevenage.
We will soon be arriving at Stevenage. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
Start light braking here. It's raining and this is a big boy. So I'm gonna start a little bit early. Just under 4 miles to Stevenage. Drop down to 50 and just coast. Now the vigilance on this is not annoying, which is another reason why I do like this loco. I feel like the Voyager, the vigilance on the Voyager is so annoying. And you can't control it. Like, you can't turn it off at all on Train Sim Classic here. Which is really weird because on every other locomotive, there's an option to turn the DVD off. But for some reason on the Voyager, you cannot turn that bad boy off. And it's so annoying. And it doesn't matter what you touch, even if you touch the the throttle just a little bit, you know, just so that the train actually knows, hey, all right, you're still alive. It still goes off like every 30 seconds, and it's an annoying little sound, like it's very annoying. This one's very tolerable, where I don't feel like I would go crazy hearing that every 30 seconds. But and don't get me wrong, I do like the Super Voyager. And it's a very nice piece of diesel machinery. It's just that vigilance is so annoying. And I can't imagine doing a whole run down the Western Main Lines in a Super Voyager. Like, say you're going Birmingham to Penzance or something like that, and you're doing a whole run. That is probably the most annoying sound you will ever hear. Less than 2 miles to Stevenage. And I'm guessing it's going to rain all the way to London. I was really hoping it was a variable. Those AP variables are so cool. It gives you just a little bit of everything. So you still have, whether it's a clear day or a cloudy day that you have it set for, and then you have either rain or snow. It kind of goes off and on, so you get some of a beautiful day and then some of a dreary day. Not that this looks bad, but me, I'm very big on scenery. You know, and I want to hop out, especially if I'm streaming. I want to hop out and actually see some nice scenery. As we come into Stevenage.
This is Stevenage. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
Step 3 braking. Get down into the 20s. So I can stop a little bit easier. This is Stevenage. Make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting. Guessing I'm going all the way to the end. Maybe just long enough. Doors are opening on the left.
The next and final stop is London King's Cross. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Doors are closing. London King's Cross is next. And we are departing. is a very quiet train. Like even departing, you don't hear any noise. It's very silent. And I do like the colors. I wonder why they went away from these colors. Very long train. Okay, next stop is London King's Cross. Our final stop. Down on the wipers. Neutral zone coming up. See how fast I can get before I have to come down. "26 miles to King's Cross in the city of London." Mentioned I was just out there about 2 weeks ago. I had a lovely time up until the train strike happened. I mean, I did a whole bunch of rail fanning. Did a whole bunch of rail fanning. Got to see some shows. Got to visit some stadiums. And then that Monday, when I was supposed to go to Manchester, the strike happens. It was like the timing was just awful. Like I've done everything local in the city of London. My whole trip out there, and the one day that I actually had planned to go to Manchester, train strike. And I'm staying in Paddington, and I had to get to London Euston to hop on that Pendolino out to Manchester Piccadilly, and I had no way to get there. Trains were shut down. Buses were an option, but everybody was taking buses because there were no trains. So now you had lines going around the corner with buses. And I'm a tourist. So I already barely know where I'm going. Although, you know, I am familiar with the city of London. I don't take buses, so I did not know which buses I needed. So I was on Google Maps and all that other stuff trying to figure this out. And then I just said, forget it. I'm just gonna call an Uber. And then I go to the Uber app and I'm looking at the price for Ubers, and I'm like, nah, I'm not taking an Uber. I'm like, I'm trying to get to London Euston, but I don't want to pay $60 to get there. It's like demand was so ridiculous, you know, for Ubers. I just said, forget it. And then I start walking because my train was leaving at I want to say 10 a.m. and it was about 9:15 at the moment. And I just said, I'm like, I'm not gonna get there. I'm like, this is, I spent money for the Pendolino. I'm gonna lose that. I spent money to go out to Etihad Stadium. I'm gonna lose that. And I had some other stuff planned as well, but I'm like, this is gonna be a waste of a day. And then I just said, forget it. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, I'm here. I'm supposed to have fun. I want to have fun. I'm just gonna go, and if I gotta pay the $60, whatever. And then I seen those big black taxi cabs, which they seat like 8 people. Like, we don't have that in the United States. It's very comfortable, right? Very roomy. So I hopped in and I just said, I'm like, hey, I'm trying to get to London, Euston. Are you available? He's like, yeah, I'm available. Hopped in. It was only like $13. And I was like, wow, this is probably the best idea I could have had at the moment. Because I wasn't even thinking about just taking a regular cab. I'm from America, like, Uber is pretty much everywhere for us. So I hopped in that cab and I made it to my train with probably 5 minutes to spare. Then I just hopped in that Pendolino and was on the train for a good couple of hours, and I enjoyed my day. But to see that many train strikes out there, like, it happens often in the UK, and I personally would love to see, and I think this is actually happening, just one unified rail system, so that we don't have that as much. Like, you're not striking all the time. I understand people need to strike, to get what they need. They feel like, they're undervaluated. But when I'm there to have fun, I don't want to see a strike. I want to see what I came out here to see. Like, I'm into trains. I want to see trains. Like, I want to see trains. I'm into trains. I want to see trains. I want to see all the stuff that I play with on this video game and see how accurate it is in real life. I want to see the detail. I want to see if all the stations look the same. I would love to see what the interior of the cabs look like, but obviously I can't, because they won't let just a rando stranger into their cabs. Although I did get to talk to a couple of drivers out there, and they seemed pretty knowledgeable of things I had to say about their specific trains. I picked their brain. So I got a better knowledge of stuff talking to them. I appreciate them for actually acknowledging me and talking to me while they're trying to prepare to depart to do their job, because I'm on vacation. I got all the time in the world. But I do appreciate that. We're about 16 miles to London King's Cross. Glad it stopped raining. And as I mentioned, this is not one of my scenarios. Otherwise, this would be loaded with some AI on it. It's not bad. I don't feel like I'm on the track alone. But I would just love to see more traffic on it, especially since the East Coast main line is usually very busy. Like, I want to see some Thameslink trains to my left, to my right. You know, I want to see some LNER trains passing me, whizzing by. I like hearing that little gust of wind when a fast oncoming train speeds past you. Like, I want to hear all that. As we approach a neutral zone, and it starts to rain again. But for my first time in this cab of a Class 91, I am thoroughly enjoying it. I like it. I think it's very quiet. I wish I could open the windows a little bit, but it's very quiet and it's very smooth. It's not bouncy or anything like that. Instrument lights are really bright. I just wish it had a GSMR in it or an actual functioning NRN radio. But other than that, as we hit the neutral zone, and I just realized this actually goes dead on its own, but I did it anyway. That's actually pretty cool to see as well. I'm pretty sure that's an AP function. If this was a regular 91, I don't think it would have done that. But I haven't played the regular one yet, so thank you, AP. And it's almost to the point where if it's not an AP unit for me, I don't even want to drive it. You know, like I feel like Dovetail cut so many corners when they originally put stuff out. And I understand, you know, things evolve over time. You know, graphics wise, looks wise. But, you know, the dead zones, they probably could have had equipped on the actual locomotives already. But I am glad that, you know, AP actually incorporates that in their downloads. Alan Thompson may do that too, but I have a lot of AP stuff. I do love the 185s from Alan Thompson. It's one of my favorite enthusiasts. Stop it. Just over 10 miles to London King's Cross. This is run number 1 of 4 that I have planned today. We are in the AP Class 91 in the GNER livery. Peterborough to London King's Cross. We just left Stevenage. We are on our way to King's Cross. About 8 miles to King's Cross. In this lovely Class 91 GNER livery. Check in on the passengers. Outside. Just over 5 miles to London King's Cross. Should be approaching Finsbury Park pretty soon. Home of Arsenal. As we hit the neutral zone. My first time riding the East Coast Main Line. I like it so far. South anyway. Haven't gone north. Just under 4 miles to London King's Cross. Wish there was more AI.
We will soon be arriving at London King's Cross. On behalf of this crew, we'd like to wish you a safe and onward journey.
Step 1 braking. It's raining, so I don't want no wheel slipping. Just past Finsbury Park. Emirates Stadium to the left. 15 miles an hour entering London King's Cross. On behalf of GNER, we'd like to thank you guys for traveling with us today and hope you have a good journey with the rest of your day. Platform 1, doors should be opening on the right. Approaching King's Cross. Yellow for the 15. Step 3. Got my track number. Dropping down. It's a 1.1 gradient, so I gotta stay on the brake. Welcome to King's Cross in the city of London. Hope you guys enjoyed your journey. This is King's Cross. Doors opening on the left. Opening on the left. That was fun. It's only incomplete because I cut off most of the scenario. But that was fun. I had fun doing this one. Usually I don't get good scenarios, especially when I don't have all of the assets. But that was fun. Okay, so let's jump into the next one. And I can guarantee you I do not have all the assets for this one, but we're gonna do it anyway. So now we'll jump into the Thames Link, heading out to Bedford. I don't have all the assets for it, but we're gonna do it anyway. Here we go. All right, so we are in St. Pancras. Let's get the cab set up. Forward. AWS. I do have a GSMR this time. Headlights. Up outside the cab. Let's keep the doors open. Doors are open. Okay, got my destination already. Headlights are good. I'm okay with that setup. Top of that passenger. And facing the wrong way again. I like traveling forward, not back in time. And we are coupled by... These are... We are coupled by... Putting my TV. Looks like we have a first Great Western second half of this train. You know what? I don't mind the dynamic lines. I think it looks pretty cool. Platform duties are complete. And it won't let me change the mode. Alright, well, for now, let's get the doors closed. Actually, I don't think it's time yet. Set up the GSMR. Where are we? 395. 5. Southern Service. Okay, now I'm ready to depart. Let's get the doors closed. The doors in guard mode, because I don't want to do that shit all the time. And we're taking off. turned the DRA off. What's going on? Helps if I take the brakes off. As we have a noisy London. And I've always thought, you know, okay, those sirens are probably not always going off down there. And then I took a trip to Stratford, because like on the Mildmay line, especially for Train Some Classic, on the Mildmay line, you hear those sirens all the time, and I'm like, that can't be, you know, so heavy with crime and all that other stuff. And then I go to Stratford, and I'm rail fanning, and I hear those sirens all the time, and I'm like, wow, like okay, that's really accurate. But it's not mainly crime. It's emergency services like ambulances and stuff like that. And I'm just curious. Like, I didn't walk around the Stratford area, but is there like a hospital over there? That would be the only answer I could have why that's always going off over there.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be West Hampstead Thameslink. Stand clear of the closing doors.
But I will say, for the most part, everything I hear in this game seems to be pretty close to damn accurate with what's going on in the UK. Not that, you know, the sirens are a big deal for me. I'm from New York City. All that means is that I'll sleep good. I'm used to the sirens. I'm used to the noise. I'm used to the sirens. I just want to know where's a good place to live. That's not expensive. I don't want to hear Notting Hill. I don't want to hear Chelsea, Putney. Because, yeah, I would love to live there, but I can't afford that. I've seen what the median income is for that area, those areas. I just want to know where I could live that's close enough to London, but not in London. You know, and some of the followers that have streamed with me have told me good places to do, you know, extracurricular stuff. Like, one person told me the whole Watford area is a big club scene type area. Like, you know, there's a lot of clubs and stuff over there. So I would definitely love to check that out. We have a flashing yellow here. This is an older unit as well, and it's pretty damn quiet too. I don't mind a noisy cab. It's just I don't want to go deaf with a noisy cab. Like, if you can still do the same job and the cab is nice and quiet, that's amazing. Another yellow coming up. Diverging to the left. As we hit the fast lane. As we can get out to 80. Sorry to make you wait, buddy. Man, going backwards really bothers me. I wish I'd seen that before. I would have changed that. I'm just curious why I didn't have to wait and he should have had the right of way. I hate when you stop a express train from moving.
We will soon be arriving at West Hampstead Thameslink. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
Start braking here. Not really sure how the brakes are on this thing, so to a safe speed. So we go up hill. West Hampstead Thameslink is next.
This is West Hampstead Thameslink. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
This is West Hampstead Thameslink. Doors will be opening on the left.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be St Albans City. Stand clear of the closing doors.
And departing. There's no better feeling than AI. I just feel like it adds so much more. Like that train going by unexpectedly was awesome. St. Albans City is next. We are currently on the BedPan. The Bedford to St. Pancras line. In a class 319, heading up to Bedford. Next stop is St. Albans City in just under 15 miles. We are driving a AP class 319. As we get up to 110 miles an hour. On a bright, clear day in the UK. We were just on the East Coast main line. It was rainy and dreary. And now we have a beautiful Saturday afternoon. I'll hop out the cab for a little bit. $12 miles to St. Albans City. Zone. speed limit change coming up. Just under 10 miles to St. Albans City. So far, this is a very smooth ride. As we have a increase in gradient of 1.17. And also, I believe this is the Alan Thompson Sim remake of the BedPan that you can find off their website. It's just a little more enhanced than the DGG version that originally came out. Just over 7 miles to St. Albans City. As the gradient changes down. 120 to a dead zone. Check that on the passenger. As we travel back in time. Let's hop outside.
We will soon be arriving at St. Albans City. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
5 miles to St. Albans City. Just over 3 miles to St. Albans City. As we catch up on the local. To our right over here. Start braking. Start 2. So even with well, I should say even without the, even though we're missing some of the AI that this scenario originally had included for it, I would still say there's still a decent amount of AI on this route. I always hate the fact that they include so much payware in some of these routes. Like, and it's not like I don't have any, extra locos or whatever. I have a good significant amount of locos, and for me to get that pop-up box very often is ridiculous. Like, I just put kind of the, well, I don't want to say the basic stuff, but put stuff that most people would generally have, so that we can not have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars and euros or whatever it is you have on a video game. We already spend a lot of money just getting the routes, and then it's like you want to do all the trains and everything separate. Like, you should include some of the locos for your route, or keep that in mind when you're making your route, and not loaded with a whole bunch of payware. Everybody can't afford every single loco. Start breaking here.
This is St. Albans City. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
This is St. Albans. Doors will be opening on the left. C2C train to the right. Doors opening on the right.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be Harpenden. Stand clear of the closing doors. We will soon be...
Next stop is Harpenden. Harpenden's next. Just over 3 miles to Harpenden. As we hit a neutral zone. And again, this loco actually has a neutral zone filter, but I put it into notch 0 on my own anyway. Just good practice. I am liking the old school dynamic lines trains that we keep seeing, including the one we're in. The old Tim's Link look without the logo on it. It's pretty cool.
Arriving at Harpenden, please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
Dropping down to a 40 soon. Just under 2 miles to Harpenden. And we are traveling on the BedPan. Start braking. Slight braking. Let's read another yellow. AWS, another acknowledge. Like, I really wish this DLC went all the way up to Leicester. And I think I do have a merge with those DLCs to get up to Leicester, but I'm not sure it's detailed as much as this Alan Thompson one. But as we diverge to the right, coming into Harpenden. Yeah, I have to look in my stock and see if I still have that. Like, it would be cool to have a run from St. Pancras to, it's gonna break here. St. Pancras to like Leicester and beyond, without having to switch out of DLCs as much. But this is okay too. Like, I still have fun doing this.
This is Harpenden. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
I don't know if I'm cool with making the express trains waiting for me to cross over tracks. I really feel like it should be the other way around. Like, express trains should get the priority, and I should be the one waiting. But this is Harpenden. Doors are opening on the left.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be Luton Airport. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Luton's next. Luton Airport is next. Luton Airport. Just under 5 miles to Luton Airport. I'm just curious if we will see an actual airplane landing on our way there. Because I know that I want to say I have 3 DLCs off of this BedPan. And the one I used last for one of my videos, there were actual airplanes landing as I was pulling into Luton Airport. You know, it's cool to see that extra detail that the game adds. You know, it's the little things that make me happy. You know, I am all about realism. I am all about immersion, and I am all about accurate stock being on a train line. Like that one time I did a run from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to New York City. And it wasn't one of my scenarios, but you know, it was full of AI and I wanted to use it. But then when I looked at the AI that it was using, it was inaccurate. And I refused to actually do that DLC for like a week and a half because I wanted to actually fix the AI so that the AI was more accurate. And then I wound up doing that DLC. But and especially with, you know, the UK people who actually watch these streams of mine, I'm pretty sure they want to see accurate American stuff. Like, they don't want to see me doing a video in an area that I'm from, that I originate from. You know, the New York metro area. If I can't even get that right, then what's the point in watching any of my US content? You know? Like, I know a lot of the people that I talk to that are from the UK, they don't even like the American content. Hey, guess what? We don't either, because, you know, they don't treat our content as good as they do the UK content. But I digress. You know, I just want them to step up their game when it comes to us Americans as well. So
We will soon be arriving at Luton Airport. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
you know, just like you want to see accurate stuff in your home country, I want to see some accurate stuff in my home country, even if I have to do it myself. So don't blame me for wanting to be as accurate as possible in my own country. But this is Luton Airport. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you. Please mind the gap upon exiting. Braking. Clear to the platform. Warning for the 70. This is Luton Airport. Guess I won't be seeing any airplanes. Doors opening on the left.
This is Luton Airport. Please mind the gap upon exiting. This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be Luton. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Luton is next. Luton. As we get up to 70 miles an hour. Or attempt to, anyway.
We will soon be arriving at Luton. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting. This is Luton. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
This is Luton. Doors will be opening on the left. Man, this really is a smooth ride. I gotta do more runs in these. Doors opening on the left.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be Leagrave. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Lee Graves next. Really wish there were people in those seats. It's like my, I won't say one pet peeve, but it's one of my pet peeves. Like, I don't know what all goes into making stuff like this, but I'm sure it can be done. Lee Graves next in 2.5 miles. So I actually have a route that I was working on, a scenario for the Just Trains Midland mainlines. Being that we're on the BedPan, and I was talking about going up to Leicester. I have a route that I was working on that started out in Leicester and eventually ended up in Manchester Piccadilly. It was a cross-country route, and I was using the AP 47 HST livery, and I've been having issues with it, and I just came to a conclusion on what I would like to do, because I started recording it after, you know, I thought I'd lost it, and I got a good recording of my in-cabin run. Like, I can always do some exterior shots, you know, from
We
whenever.
will soon be arriving at Leegrave. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
But I decided I'm just gonna keep what I have now and just start a whole new route from whatever I can salvage, and just head on up to Manchester Piccadilly, because I recorded about close to an hour 45 minutes of that run. It was a little more than a 2-hour run, and I got a good portion of it. You know, it kind of messed up on me close to Leegrave. No, I'm sorry, not Leegrave. Because I'm going to Leegrave right now. Hazel Grove. So I'm just gonna keep whatever I have and
This is Leegrave. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
just do whatever I can to finish that run, because I don't want to lose it. I worked so hard on it, you know, and it's a really cool livery, and I just want to get the video in. No, I don't have to stream it. I can just make a video of it and still be happy. So I'll do that. So stay tuned for that as well. Doors opening on the left.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be Harlington. Stand clear of the closing doors.
As much as I enjoy playing, I also enjoy creating. So it's just very time consuming, especially, you know, when I have a already have a 9 to 5. You know, and then I still have to spend time with the significant other as well as family. So sometimes it can be very daunting, but it is what it is. It's also cool when your girlfriend can actually help you with these videos. Like I did a video from Manchester Airport heading up to Manchester Piccadilly for Train World 5. And I had this idea. Again, I like doing things that no one else has done before or have seen before. I had this idea to combine driver mode. I combined driver mode with guard mode in one video. So yes, I'm driving. I'm actually driving the unit, and at the same time, I'm guarding the unit. So you get both views of the train aspect. You know, so I'll drive the train, and then as I leave the station, you get certain points where I'm collecting tickets. And at that point, I didn't want to be the voice of the person collecting tickets. So I used my girlfriend's voice. And she was more than happy to do it, more than happy to help me. So in the video, you see me collecting the tickets, and then you hear her voice go, "Tickets, please." Like, it was the cutest thing you've ever heard. Like who has done that before? Actually use their girlfriend to
We will soon be arriving
collect
at
tickets.
Harlington. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
You know, and I thought it was very inventive. I've never seen it before. I just don't know if people like that. Like, it was something different. But like, if that's something that people would want to see, I would happily do more of that. I can't do it on a class 390 though, because that guard mode is broken. Like, I can't even tell you how many times I got stuck trying to do guard mode on the Pendolino. Like, it's just broken. So I don't even attempt it anymore, unless I have time to just actually sit there and play with it. But it's ridiculous how broken that is. And I don't think they're gonna fix it anytime soon. You know? Right now they're trying to work out any or whatever bugs they have for this launch for next week. Because you know there's gonna be high criticism. Especially when people have to spend money to purchase Train World 6 instead of just giving us one actual DLC and
This is
we just
Harlington.
buy DLCs.
Please mind the gap upon exiting.
Me personally, I'm always gonna spend that money because I'm a nerd like that. But it would be nice to just have one actual DLC and you just add stuff on it. This is Harlington. doors are opening on the left.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next stop will be Flitwick. Stand clear of the closing doors.
This is such a quiet train. Next stop is Flitwick. Flitwick in just under 3 as we get passed by a Midlands EMT. Plenty of AI traffic.
We will soon be arriving at Flitwick. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
Mile and a half to Flitwick. Another thing, why is there a W in some of these words that are silent? Just a random thought from an American. Like you have Flitwick, Welland Garden City is the same issue. Dulwich. I can go on and on. Norwich. Like those are silent W's. Why even put them in there? Just leave them out. And trying to disrespect the UK culture is just an actual question that I have. But this is Flitwick. Doors will be opening on the left.
This is Flitwick. Please mind the gap upon exiting.
Shipping. I feel like I'm in time in the past. He's back with doors.
This is a Thameslink service to Bedford. The next and last stop will be Bedford. Stand clear of the closing doors.
I don't know when your train's coming, lady, but good luck. And departing. Next stop is Bedford, where this train terminates. Bedford is next. We are on the BedPan. Started off in St. Pancras, heading up to Bedford in a AP class, 319. Next, we will be hopping into a transportation for Wales route out to Llandudno, if I'm saying that correctly, which I really doubt, but staying in the UK. Followed by a TransPennine Express run from Leeds to Liverpool Lime Street to complete our UK journey today, as we prepare for the launch of Train Sim World 6, where we will be live next week on launch day, September 25th. So mark that on your calendars to check me out live on Twitch. The restream will be on YouTube, most likely on Saturday. But that is my schedule for the next 7 days. If that changes, I will update the schedule in the Twitch app. My name is King Kaye. You can catch me on most of your streaming platforms. Twitch, King Kaye Games. YouTube, King Kaye Games. I'm on Discord, King Kaye Games. Twitter X, King Kaye Games. TikTok, right now it's King Kaye Kicks, until I can officially switch it. I think it's making me wait because I made a mistake when putting it in. But in the future, it will be King Kaye games as well. I appreciate all the support I get from you guys. Thanks to all of my current followers, and thanks to all of you future followers and subscribers. Your input is very important to me, and I appreciate each and every last comment that you guys leave for me, as long as it's respectful and courteous. You will get a reply.
We will soon be arriving at Bedford. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
Well said, Amy. Four miles to Bedford, our final destination. $75 coming up. Should be an AWS coming up pretty soon. There's the yellow. There's the AWS and acknowledged. Second warning. Dropping speed. Second warning for the 50. There's probably another one coming up. Drop down to 60 for now. Less than 2 miles to Bedford. And there's the warning for the 30. This was another good run. I enjoyed this scenario as well. Step 1 braking. As we approach Bedford Platform 3, doors should be opening on the left. Plenty of warnings. Actually veering to the left, so doors will be opening on the right. One last check on the passengers. 1.17 gradient. Just gonna give it a little more power. Stop too soon.
Please mind the gap upon exiting. A light here for National Rail services. All change.
This is Bedford, our last and final stop. Everyone, please leave the train. This train is heading to the yard. This is Bedford. Doors opening on the right. DRA on. Neutral. Hopping out the cab. And that was a good run. I enjoyed it. Okay, so that was the BedPan. We started off in St. Pancras and finished in Bedford. Don't know why it's saying I only hit 7 targets. We stopped at every station and picked up passengers. But it is what it is. I don't need a check to validate how I've had fun with this route. Okay, so let's jump into the next one. The next one is a TFW run, Transport for Wales. Starting off in Chester. Heading to Llandudno. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong, but until I can get an accurate pronouncer on it, please forgive me. But let's jump into it. Copy that. And we are in an AP class 175 here. Just gonna get it started. Forward. Instrument lights. And we currently have a green, so I'll pop the DRA off. Pop out the cab. The doors. Good. And I do not remember the code for this, so we're going to have to go without the destination for now. And hopefully this cab is facing the right way. I doubt it though. Set up my number 3 camera. And I have something different for you guys for this trip.
This is a transportation for Wales service to Llandudno. The next stop on the service will be Sharton. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Yes, it's a guy. It is a guy doing my voiceovers. But we're good to go, so I am going to take off. Flying power. And we're moving. "30 miles an hour leaving the platform. As we head to Sutton. Again, we're in another quiet cab. I'm sensing a theme here. These cab rides are so quiet. I'm actually enjoying that. And we have a power brake controller on this one, so I'm happy about that as well. Less buttons I have to mash for the same result. Alright, we can get up to 50. Just gonna add a little more power. And I'm actually gonna look for that destination number. Till then, I'm gonna leave the vigilance off, just so I don't get distracted as we reach 60 miles an hour. And we can now reach 75. Add a little more power. Ugh. I'm an idiot. I know exactly where the numbers are. Chat, I know where the numbers are. A little more than 5 miles to Sutton. Numbers are right here. I just remembered. Oh, it's 1132. to see if I remember how to put that in. Just gonna drop my speed a little bit so I don't get caught. May have to go without it. So I'm not focusing on anything but. Just over a mile to Shelton. So obviously this is not one of my custom scenarios. I'm not a big fan of the clear blue sky. I feel like it's missing something here. Like, I prefer to have some clouds in there. But this isn't my scenario, so I'll take it for what it is and just enjoy the fact that I'm doing this route. as we enter Shelton. It's a 3-car train, so I'm gonna come in a little slower than I normally would.
This is Shelton.
Doors opening on the right, on the left, excuse me. Check out the passengers. And it looks like I am facing the right way. I'm just in the front cab.
The next stop will be Flint. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Flint is next. So we part. We are in the Class 175 on the North Wales revamped DLC. I believe out of the Steam Workshop, which original route is the North Wales coast from DTG. And I actually really do like the North Wales coast route. I did a run from actually London Euston out to Holyhead. It was pretty fun using the Pendolino. So it would be cool to actually get a local service on this route. Now I could have done this route all the way to Holyhead, but I mean I've already done that. You know, even if it is local. So I want to see a little bit different scenery. So going to Llandudno, probably still saying that wrong. Should be a fresh take on this route for me. Besides the fact it's my first ever run in this Class 175. I also wanted to use this this loco on some of the South Wales stuff, so hopefully I can get that in the future as well. But for now, I'm okay with this. Just under 3 miles to Flint. In the beautiful countryside of Wales. Being from America, there's a lot of talk of Wrexham. Like, I hear Wrexham a lot. Like, even on TV, we have a TV show. So it'd be nice to actually see something different other than Wrexham. And talk about something different other than Wrexham. No disrespect to Wrexham. light break in here as we approach Flint. If I had more time, I would have loved to have put some more AI on this. But again, I've never been here. I don't know how much traffic is on this route. I would think not so much. So for now, I'll just be happy with this. It's the one time I won't complain about the AI. But yeah.
This is Flint.
This is Flint. Probably don't need to go all the way down there. It's a 3-car. Doors opening on left. Does not want to open. It's not going to piss me off.
The next stop is Prestad. Stand clear of the closing door.
And departing. Prestad's next. "13 miles to Prestad." Is there a GSMR in this? I'm very shocked there's no GSMR in this. I guess my next question would be, and because I'm not from the UK, do these units still get used? Like, is there an upgraded unit that they use now for TFW? I'm not really familiar with TFW units. But it is a nice, quiet ride. physics on this thing looks pretty good. Just not too bouncy. I know in TSW 5 you can control how much bounce you have with your train. I don't like it too bouncy. I feel like if I was actually sitting in it, my neck would be just going left and right. You know? Like, I don't want to feel like I'm on a roller coaster in an amusement park. Although I do like to feel the vibrations on diesel locomotives. For my immersion, I have one of those butt kickers. So I have a butt kicker attached to my seat, which allows me to feel all the extra bass that's being put out when I play these games. Like, most people use it for flight sim or racing sim or even truck sim, which I am very familiar with all. Although I can't fly a plane for shit. I won't even attempt to, but I do like to watch it on YouTube. I'm not sure if they have that on Twitch. I'm gonna have to look for it. But most people, especially racing sim people, I only have one. I've seen some rigs that are like worth 20 grand, and they have 4 of those bad boys on them, on their rig, as well as like an actual suspension system to simulate, you know, their turning and the physics of an actual racing car, which I think is hella cool. It's just not something I think I can do. Not racing sim, but spending 20 grand on an actual rig that's not going to make me money. Although I'm pretty sure, like, if you're spending 20 grand on a rig, unless you're rich and you just have needless money to throw away, you're probably doing some racing that's got payouts, you know? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're doing racing that has payouts. Like, I have one mate that I frequently talk with on YouTube, and we follow the same people. I believe his name is N8 Scooby. He's a simmer who likes to race, and I believe he's really good too. I'm gonna have to ask him what it is he actually does. I'm not sure if he has one of those expensive rigs, but I know he does race, and I think that's hella cool. So it's not something I can get into. I've spent way too much money on just train simming and truck simming that I can't have another hobby that makes me want to spend money. We're over 5 miles to the next station. I'm just gonna hop out and get some scenery. Switch it. So beautiful countryside corner. No cars. crowded, but this is pretty. Checking on the passengers for a minute. Glad we're facing the right way. That is such a beautiful ride. I'm pretty sure if I had to take this train, I would enjoy it. Actually, want to hop on one more time. Just over 3 miles to Prestatyn. More people on holiday. Look at all this green. I think that is so beautiful. Almost forgot I was driving a train for a minute. Don't leave your life in my hands. We'll all go out together. As we get some AI past.
This is Prestat.
Alright, and this looks like a big platform, so I am gonna stop as close to middle as possible. Doors will be opening on the right. This is Prestatyn. Four-car marker. Stop here. Doors opening on the right.
The next stop is Rao. Stand clear of the closing door.
Next stop is Ryle. In just under 4 miles. As we get up to 90. Just over 2 miles to Ryle. We are in a class 175 AP. Heading to Llandudno off the North Wales coast. Revamp. The next stop is Ryle. As we get an AWS warning for the 40. The warnings are usually for anything more than a 15-mile-per-hour difference. In case you did not know. But at this point, I'm pretty sure you guys already know. My name is King Kaye. Thank you for joining me. Welcome if you're new. Hope you're enjoying the stream. As we approach Ryle.
This is Rao.
Again, looks like a big platform. I'm gonna stop close to the stairs as possible. I'm not sure if there are car markers. And there is. Hard to see them. Not sure if you guys seen them, but doors are opening on the left. Side in. And the door. There we go. This is Ryle.
We will be calling at Abigail and Pinson next. This is Abigail and Pinson.
Stand clear. Close the doors. Towards the signal box. And departing. Four miles to Abigail and Pinson next. Not quite sure if the Pendolino travels along this route as well. It's been a minute since I actually did that run. But I mean, this would be some really nice scenery to get. Bull beans. As we get up to 85 miles an hour. I'm actually gonna hop out. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful right there. Let's get wider. Yeah, that's cool. Abigail and Pinson. Next. Just over 2 miles. Is this the route where it goes through an actual castle? Like the castle is pretty much, or the route is pretty much built on top of an old existing castle, where they made a town out of it. I want to say yes. And my next question is, are we going to get to see it? Because that might be a little more further down towards Holyhead. And if that's the case, it's a little disappointing. Not that this is a bad route. It's just disappointing because I actually wanted to see it. Last time I seen it, I was flying through it in a Pendolino. But I believe there was an actual stop there. And it would have been nice to actually stop there and actually get to fly around a little bit to see it. But if not, that's okay too. As we approach Abergele and Pincer. Originally, I wanted to do this in a 6-car. I probably should have, but I wasn't sure if these stations were 6-car length built, but I guess they are. Stopping at the 3-car marker for once. Doors are opening on the left. This is Abergele and Pincer. Slip around a little bit. This looks like a more busier part of this route. Final place to post up. Some of that with it. Doors are closing on the left. Departing. The next stop is Colwyn Bay. Colwyn Bay is next. It's some Welsh highway. Five miles. Train coming. good. Got 4 miles. Just over 2 miles to Colwyn Bay. I honestly do not know much about Wales, but I am eager to learn new things. So any fun facts that anyone has would be good to know. As we approach Colwyn Bay, that actually looks pretty cool. And if the station wasn't coming up, I would hop out and actually enjoy it a little more. Well, I'm gonna hop out anyway. How about that? Alright, car didn't know where I want to go. That's a cool shot. Hop back in before I get burnt.
Next stop is Colwyn Bay. Stand clear of the closing doors. This is Colwyn Bay.
This is Colwyn Bay. Doors will be opening on the left.
This is a TFW service to Llandudno. Next stop is Llandudno Junction. Stand clear of the closing doors.
And departing? That's pretty cool. And no junction. I'll get it right one day. Is the next station in less than 3 miles. Got a 50 coming up. Expecting a magnet for the warning. As we approach our next destination. There's the warning, there's the acknowledge. Reducing my speed. There's the second warning for the 15. As we diverge to the right.
This is Llandudno Junction.
Honestly, it doesn't sound like he's saying it right either. But this is Llandudno Junction. Doors will be opening on the right. Running for the 15.
The next stop is the gamble.
Doors are closing, sound clear. And departing. Ganwi, next stop in just over 1 mile. Cool little houses. This looks like a really chill place to live, low key. This might be one of the money areas. Just looking at these houses. Nothing much on this side. As we get up to 50. Oh, that's cool. This looks like a really cool place to live if I was to live in Wales. as we approach Diganwi. This is Diganwi. Doors will be opening on the left.
This is the gam. We stand clear of the closing doors. Next and last stop is Llandudno.
Llandudno's next. Our final stop. This has been another good run. 3 for 3 today. Hats off to all the DLC creators. Yes, I may criticize some of these routes. At the same time, I can't do this shit. So, hats off to you guys who actually make and create these routes. You know, credit where credit is due. I'm sure none of this is easy. I will never say it's easy. I know firsthand that it's something that can take years to put together, even if it's just like a half an hour route that I play, whether I enjoy it or not. You guys are doing a hell of a job. With that said, give me some more shit. I'm like a junkie. I just love playing this stuff. So much that I am in my house on a Saturday where it is beautiful outside, just so I can get some content off of the routes that you guys are putting together. Hats off to you guys. Kudo. There's no me without you. But again, this was another good route today. Just goes to show you I don't always have to create my own scenarios. So in the future I will be giving some other routes a fair share. Less work I can do, the better. As we approach Llandudno, I probably said it right that time. Doors will be opening on the right.
This is Llandudno. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
This is Llandudno. Okay, so that was Chester to Llandudno off of the TFW, Transport for Wales, AP Class 175, using the North Wales Coast revamped from out of the Steam Workshop off of the DTG North Wales Coast DLC. It was quite fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I say that a lot, but I mean it. And for our final trip of the day, as we approach hour number 4, we have a run from Leeds down to Liverpool Lime Street, across the TBE merge, traveling through Huddersfield, Manchester, and into Liverpool, using the 802 TransPennine Express livery. Anything Class 800 is one of my favorites to use as far as Train Sim Classic. So it is a unit I am quite comfortable with. And before anyone actually says to me about the speed set, I don't like using the speed set. Not because it's hard or easy, I just don't want to use it. With that said, let's jump into it. Our last run of the day. And here we are back in England. We are in Leeds. Just gonna get my cab set up as usual.
TPWS and AWS operational.
And we have a yellow. So I'm just gonna take the DRA off. And let's hop outside. Doors are opening on the left. Let's get the destination set up. Let's see. There we go. As I hear a Class 185. Liverpool Lime Street. We'll put it to the number 3 camera. Got a northern train to the right. Looks like an LNER train to far right. Looks like an 11 car. Express. What's we got? Got a whole train over there. An LNER train leaving. And it looks like it's raining. Beautiful Azuma train. I'll get a video with you one day. It's just not on my priorities right now. Looks like we're close to departure. Doors should be closing soon.
This is a TransPennine express train to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop is Huddersfield. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Doors are closing. I'll put the vigilance on before I forget. We are off. Wipers. Next stop is Huddersfield. Huddersfield is next in just under 17 miles. As we see a Voyager to the right. As we get our fourth quiet cab of the day. I really do love driving these units, the 800s. It's just something about them when I'm driving them on TransPennine Classic, I just really enjoy. Now, if I ask actual riders how they feel about the Class 800 trains, they'll tell me different. I've heard different things about riding in the Class 800s that are not so great. But from my point of view, I love driving it on TransPennine Classic. So, as we pass in 185, probably one of my favorite diesels. But we are on our way to Liverpool Lime Street, leaving Leeds. Next stop is Huddersfield. As we get up to 75, I've always wanted to do this run in the past. But in the past, I probably would have made this a video. No, I think this run is good enough to be a video with all the proper bells and whistles it deserves. And I really don't do much videos starting on that side of England. Like anything close to the East Coast main line. It's all new to me. I wouldn't say new, but as far as videos, I don't have any recorded videos over there. And that's going to change pretty soon. You know, everything doesn't have to be off the West Coast main line, even though I love the West Coast main line. Or even the Midlands. Or anything southwest. Although I do have a lot of western mainline stuff, even in the makings right now. I do plan to get more east and north. So stay tuned for that in the future as well. As we drop down to a 45 marker coming up. Let's check on the passengers. It's not that bright. Just under 12 miles to Huddersfield. And again, the vigilance on this unit is not as annoying as the Super Voyager is. It's another one of my pet peeves. Just under 9 miles to Huddersfield. We're stopping in Huddersfield, Stelly Bridge, Manchester, Victoria, and final destination Liverpool, Lime Street. Just like the way this unit glides when I'm driving it. I don't know how other people feel, other streamers, other YouTubers. When I drive this unit, I like the way it feels. It feels like I don't know if you're into baseball, but you know how you weather a glove? This feels like a weathered glove to me. Like it fits. Like you weather a glove so that it fits your hand perfectly. And this just fits my hand perfectly. Second double yellow. It's gonna drop down a little bit. Not sure what the decrease is, but I have another yellow coming up. And they're double yellows, not single. So I am not preparing for a red light. But I am cautiously optimistic. Which is why I'm dropping down in speed. Whole series of yellow lights. Like another yellow. Maybe another train in front of us. And now it's green. As the 185 holds. We may be chasing So I'm just gonna leave it in this ballpark for now. That train in front of us may have been a local train. Is it divergent to the left? And we're back on green. Just gonna add some more power. Or yellows for a turnoff. I don't know. He might have been chasing something. As we are just over 3 miles to Huddersfield. On a beautiful day with some sun showers. As we approach 70.
We will soon be arriving at Huddersfield. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
Got a 40 coming up. I'm expecting a AWS pretty soon. As we approach Huddersfield. Double yellow. Should be another one coming up. As I start to step one brake. That's the sound of a dry window with the wipers. Gotta love how realistic that is. The change in the wiper sound when the window is dry. Like, I ask for realism, it don't get more realistic than that. And everybody knows I appreciate that, so it's the small things that keeps me happy. The big guy likes to be happy with the small things. Huddersfield's next. We are in a Class 802 TransPennine Express. We left Leeds, heading towards Liverpool Lime Street. We are approaching Huddersfield in less than a mile, half a mile to be exact. I have my track assignment, and we are pulling into Huddersfield. With a gradient of 1.27. It's adding a little power, just so I don't lose too much power heading into the station. And I will coast from here and use as little brake as possible. With another yellow coming up. Expecting a warning right here as I start to brake. This is Huddersfield.
This is Huddersfield. Mind the gap upon exit.
Doors opening on the left. Watch his step getting out.
This is a TransPennine express train to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop is Stalybridge. Stand clear of the closing doors. Looks like we got a little time before we depart. You know I was going to be sitting here for a little bit. I would have put the reverser in neutral. Just about ready to depart. Next stop should be Stalybridge. As the doors close, two for the guard, although you can't hear it, and we are departing. Next stop is Stalybridge. As we get up to 50 miles an hour, we are in the tunnel. My name is Kaye. Thank you for joining us today. If you are enjoying this content, feel free to like, share, and definitely subscribe.
You can find me on YouTube at King K Games, on Twitter at King K Games. I'm on Discord at King K Games, and on Twitter at King K Games. On TikTok, you can find me as King K Kicks. For now, until I change that to King K Games. I enjoy hearing from you and hope to talk to you guys in the future. For now, I hope you enjoy my content, streaming, whether it's streaming or actual videos. I just want you guys to get the most out of all of it. I have actual videos coming out soon, some new content, as well as some more streaming. I enjoy all of it, as well as talking to you guys who actually enjoy my content. I appreciate you. Right now we're heading to Liverpool Lime Street on run number 4 today of this almost 5-hour stream. Doing all UK content. We were in Wales the run before this, off the East Coast main line first, and we also hopped into the BedPan, doing a run from St. Pancras to Bedford. Yes, I said St. Pancras. But for now, we're heading to Staley Bridge in 15 miles. I just love looking at the countryside of England. It's almost like I was born in the wrong country. Don't get me wrong, I love being an American. I just appreciate everything that this country has to offer. I understand if I actually was from England, you know, people would be like, oh, it's, you know, it's not all that, yada, yada, yada. But I wasn't born there, so just let me enjoy it. You know? I have an appreciation for it, and it's not going to change. Like, just looking at this view, it's beautiful. .45 warning. Step 1 of break-in for me. Ease up. And now we're going uphill. Gradient of 1.1. So now I'm losing speed. Back up. As it starts to rain again. I'm assuming that was a northern train that passed us on the right. Too dark to see. As we get back up to 85 miles an hour. We're just under 10 miles to Staley Bridge. Driving in this Class 802 TransPennine Express unit. Should be a warning for the 60 coming up. There was no warning. Guess this is where route knowledge comes in. just under 8 miles to Staley Bridge. So we get the wipers back on a downhill gradient of 1.12. On our way to Staley Bridge. My next trip to the UK, I am going to make it a point to ride on one of these units. Pendolino is still my favorite, but I'm gonna have to get on one of these units. Unless I can get a 800 series Pendolino, I'm probably gonna have to head north. I've always wanted to head to Newcastle. So this could be the perfect opportunity for me to actually ride one of these bad boys. Or even if I head up to Scotland from London, because that's usually where I stayed, London. But I must make it a point to actually get on one of these units. Even if it's just for like a half an hour. I would love to see and hear what it actually sounds like. Like, I've been on a northern train, so I can scratch that off my bucket list as well. Might have been a 323. I've been on a 150. I've been on a Pendo. I've been on a 710. I've been on a 444. I've been on the 185s. What else? I don't think I've been on a 378, but I have seen it up close. I've talked to the driver of one of the 378s when I was in Stratford. What else have I been on? Let's see. Less than 4 miles to Staley Bridge. I've been on the F7 stock. I've been on the 72 stock. What else? I've been on the 345. I've seen the 700 classes up close. 465s. Pretty much anything in London I've seen or been on. All the tube stuff. All the national rail in that area. I have not seen a Javelin. What else? I don't think anything else. But
We will soon be arriving at Stalybridge. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
I do have my bucket list, so I'm collecting those just like I am collecting visits to football stadiums. And so far I've scratched off six stadiums in the UK. That's pretty impressive. I really wanted to go to Tottenham. You know, their stadium is probably the newest one built. I love Anfield. I'm a Liverpool FC fan. Anfield will always be my favorite. Man City was okay. It just, for Man City, I felt like, and just looking at it, I felt like the pitch looks smaller than regulation Premier League. And I think I talked to one of the tour guides that works there, and he says no, it's official EPL size. I think it's actually official Euro size, but it looks smaller, and it looks a lot smaller than Anfield and even Man United. Like, it just looks smaller to me, just to the eye, because I've been in all of them. I'm sure it's not. It's probably just my hate for Man City, but it looks smaller to me. But we are approaching Stalybridge. Stalybridge coming up in less than a mile. Just on the other end of this tunnel. This is Stalybridge. Make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting. Doors will be opening on the left. Thank you for riding with TransPennine Express today. Is there a 6-car marker? Doors opening on the left. will never get tired of hearing that sound from that unit. How much time do we have here? Looks like another minute. Checking on the passengers.
This is Staley Bridge. Mind the gap upon exit. This is a TransPennine express train to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop is Manchester Victoria. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Manvic is next. I'm gonna set up a exit shot. Doors are closing on the left. Step in. Two for the guard. And take it off. Getting up to 60 miles an hour. 7 miles to Manchester, Victoria. Platform 3. Just gonna apply a little more power. Past that yellow line. Watch your toes. Going full beans here. As we have a 1.67 downhill gradient. Ease up on the throttle here. Let the gradient make me faster, naturally. I have enjoyed all the runs today, all 4 of them. I hope you have as well. If you're still watching, make sure you give me a like, subscribe. All of that stuff helps me just a little bit. May not mean much to you, but it means the world to me. Putting all this stuff together is hard work and takes up a lot of my spare time. I don't mind putting it together, but the likes and the shares or subscribes shows me that you appreciate my hard work as well. Unfortunately, I hit that button, but I'm assuming it didn't register. But we'll crack on anyway. I'll be having tea and biscuits later. So if you don't hear from me, got a 30 coming up on a downhill gradient. Which means I gotta go at least to 25. So maybe we're going to the right. Nope.
We will soon be arriving at Manchester, Victoria. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
Manvic in less than 2 miles. As we pass by a northern 319. Still on a downhill gradient, so I'm just going to back off a little bit. Coming into Victoria, which feels really weird to say because my girlfriend's name is Victoria. Dropping a little frames here for the first time today. I'll take that. Looking at my CPU usage, it's still low. This is Manchester, and we are pulling into Manchester, Victoria. I was just over here 2 weeks ago. And I will say that it is pretty well accurately detailed. One thing I do wish, and I think there is someone working on it, is we had a metro tram that we can have a route on in Manchester. I believe someone is working on it, you know? Like the Metrolink would be a cool DLC to actually do as well. I would definitely do that. I'm into trams as well. But this is Manchester, Victoria. Let's get one more wipe. And I'm turning you off.
This is Manchester, Victoria. Mind the gap upon exit.
Losing some frames here. I don't know why. Those are opening on the left.
This is a TransPennine express train to Liverpool Lime Street. The next and last stop is Liverpool Lime Street. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Do for the guard. $25 leaving. Next stop is Liverpool. Liverpool Lime Street, next and last stop. Approaching the 30 as we head down to Chatmoss. "30 miles to Liverpool Lime Street, our final destination." As we get up to 50 miles an hour here. Applying power. To 75. Full beans. I actually know this stretch quite well. I've done numerous videos coming down this area. Whether it's TransPennine or Northern, or even freight. I've done freight on this as well, so. This route's really fun to drive. 26 miles to Liverpool Lime Street. So if you've watched any or most of my streams, I'm very big on the whole cloud feature. Like this sky with these clouds, I think looks the most natural you can get for a video game. Like, you can't tell me every single trip you drive, or even just in regular life, you look up at the sky and there's not one cloud in the sky. No, there's usually always at least just one cloud in the sky, which is why I can never do the clear sky function. I just don't think it looks natural to me. The warning for the 60. I just don't think it looks natural to me. So every video I do, I attempt to at least have some clouds. And this isn't even I don't know, this one might be, because this is a ATS scenario. But most of the scenarios I play is just the number 2 cloud. Like, it's not even the AP enhanced clouds, which I think are awesome. Like, I definitely use any of their variants in my scenarios, but if I don't need to, I don't. Like, the number 2 cloud in the editor is more than acceptable for me. I know, it just helps. It helps me with the immersion and the realism. As we get back up to 75, coming up on a 90 board. You know, if you're gonna have, you know, the good overhead wires here, like these are most likely AP OHLEs, and also the trackside scenery. You have 3D trees. Why can't you have good sky and weather with clouds? You know, I think it looks great. Yeah, I think it looks great. I'm gonna hop out for a little bit. would hop out on the most basic part of this route. I feel like I'm speeding. So. "19 miles to Liverpool, Lime Street." I'm going to hop out and catch a cab to Anfield. Catch a match. Or I can stay on the River Mersey and head over to the Beatles Museum. As it starts to rain again. Or, if I'm feeling a little peckish, I can get some really awesome pizza. Down at Albert Dock, there's a really good pizza restaurant over there. I was really impressed with the pizza there. I had got a pepperoni with mushroom pie. It wasn't a personal, it was an actual whole pie, pizza pie. And the pepperoni, there were 2 different types of pepperoni on it. And it was phenomenal. Keep in mind, I'm from New York originally. So I actually know what good pizza tastes like, and that was up there. It was really, really good. I had a drink as well. I don't remember what the drink was, but even the drink was good. And I don't know if it was because I had just spent a whole day in Liverpool. You know, that's including the 2-hour train ride from London. You know, I might have been just really, really hungry. I doubt it. But the pizza was really, really good. And honestly, everything I ate on my first trip out there earlier this year, because I was out there 2 weeks ago. But everything I ate on my first trip out there in probably January was really, really good. It didn't matter where I went. I did it with a friend of mine. I was staying in Canary Wharf that trip. And we went to this place called the Big Easy. You've probably seen it. Like if you've been on the Elizabeth line, it's literally right above the Elizabeth line in a wharf. It's called the Big Easy. And most of the stuff they had in there, and I don't know if we picked it because I'm American, but it was kind of like a a barbecue place that you would find down south in America. And the food was really good. Like I had a steak with chips, and they had this peppercorn sauce that was really, really good. And I've never had peppercorn sauce before. I don't even know if they do that in America. Like I've never gone to a steak place and I've heard people say, "Can I get a peppercorn sauce?" or "Do you have peppercorn sauce?" But I know it's a thing, and all I know is it's delicious, and now I want it every time I have steak. So the peppercorn sauce was really good, and the steak was it was like butter. Like you cut through it and it just it sliced like butter. It was delicious. Everything I had was delicious. And I went back to the UK a couple of weeks ago, different place. This time I was staying in Paddington, and there was an actual steakhouse on the corner. And I don't know if anyone knows the place I'm talking about, but there's a steakhouse on the corner as soon as you get out of Paddington Station, that's across the street from a McDonald's. So I went there. It was on the way to my hotel. I went there the first night, had dinner, ordered the steak with the peppercorn sauce and some chips. And I tell you, I was so disappointed with my whole entire meal that the best part of my meal was the chips and the pint I was drinking. The pint was a cider. It was a raspberry cider, which was quite delicious. It was a raspberry cider, and I'm eating a steak, and I had to actually push myself to finish the steak. That's how bad it was. Because it was the last meal I would have for the night, and it was still kind of early. And for me, it was expensive. It was my meal was like $50 American. So I didn't just want to throw it away. So I finished it, but at the same time I'm just like, uh I'm like, oh my, I'm like, I hope it gets better because this place was so disappointing, and I will never go there again. Not one more time. I won't even give it a second chance on another trip. But like I've always heard the food in the UK was awesome. Like I even have like an American friend. He's one of my close friends, and he goes there often. He has family from there, so he goes, probably every 6 months to visit. And he usually tells me good places to go, but for some reason I decided to go to this place, and I was very disappointed. It would have been cool if he was able to come out there with me, but he had just gotten back from the UK when I started to plan this trip. So I'm not mad at him for that. But he's a hammer. He likes the Hotspurs, and obviously I am a Liverpool fan. So it's cool to tease him about that. But it would have been nice to actually catch a match out in Tottenham. But it is what it is. We're 7 miles away from Liverpool Lime Street, our final destination. want to thank you guys for letting me ramble for over 5 hours. 5.5 to be exact. I want to thank my AI announcements, Amy and Liam, for contributing to today's masterpiece. And I want to thank you guys for actually watching this video and enjoying my content. Make sure you guys catch me again on Thursday, TSW6 day. I will be live, hopping in that Morristown line first, and hopping in that Paignton to, I want to say Bristol, but it's not Bristol. The Riviera line. So I can at least see what the difference would be with their version of the Super Voyager and the one I was just in Train Sim Classic. Should be fun. We'll see. I'm pretty sure driving that Arrow is going to be amazing, as well as the 45 DP. So we'll see.
We will soon be arriving at Liverpool Lime Street. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
Thank you, Amy. Just over 4 miles to Liverpool. I thoroughly enjoyed this run as well. I was actually holding this one back. I originally wanted to make this an actual video, but I'm glad I streamed it. I have more ideas, so warning for the 30 coming up as we approach Liverpool Lime Street. The Liverpool Lime Street approach is 30 miles an hour. It should be a 15 after that. It's gonna drop down. Just under 3 miles to our final destination. Step behind the yellow line, please. And we are on platform 1 today, entering Liverpool Lime Street. We have an uphill gradient of 1.16. Last 185 to the left. Beautiful train. This is a beautiful train too. I've actually done a good job with speeding today. Not too many speeding errors. I'd probably say at least 5. Definitely not more than 10. Not bad for driving for 5.5 hours. As we hit the Liverpool approach. Just gonna put a little brake in. We have a downhill gradient of 1.13 with a yellow coming up. With a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on approach to Liverpool, our final destination. There is the warning. I acknowledged. Drop down to 20 and just let it coast. And this is Liverpool Lime Street.
This is Liverpool Lime Street. Mind the gap upon exit.
Drop it down to 15. It's just good practice. Thank you for riding with TransPennine Express. Hope you guys enjoyed your journey. Doors will be opening on the left. Have a safe onward journey from here. All change. It's a Pendo over there, 350. This was a hell of a run, man. I really enjoyed it. Okay, doors are opening on the left. And that'll do it for that. So that was the Leeds to Liverpool Lime Street using the AP Class 802. Traveling on the TPE Merge DLC from Alan Thompson Simulations. Overall, I really enjoyed all 4 DLCs today. All 4 cabs were quiet, which I really do appreciate. Good for the hearing. I get to keep my ears. That Class 91, my first time riding, was actually pretty amazing as well. And I will probably, in the future, do a full East Coast mainline run using the Class 91 up to Edinburgh. As far as the BedPan run, that was pretty entertaining as well. Wasn't my scenario, nor was the East Coast mainline one, but it was still chocked with plenty of AI, which you know I love. I love seeing trains pass me. I think it makes it more immersive, even if it's not accurately timetabled. But you know, it's less work for me to do if I can actually find a scenario where there is actual AI in it. Our third trip, we hopped into Wales. Took a trip from Chester to Llandudno. I'll get it right one day. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. All my Welsh people. Using the Class 175. That was fun as well. I just really wish I could have seen the part of the North Wales coast where it goes through the castle, but we didn't go that far up, I guess, or down, I should say. Still was a good run. And finally, this was the Leeds to Liverpool Lime Street. Also pretty good. I enjoyed driving the NE Class 800. So that was fun as well. And if you have any suggestions on what you'd like to see next, just to let me know. Other than that, it's been a good day. And I hope to see you guys next week when I go live on day 1 for Train SimWorld 6. Until then, I will see you guys later.